أنا مع فترة وغير عارف إن أنا قريت نفسي لا يحل لي أنا لو سألت لا عايزة لو تخيلوا كان في حاجة عليك إلا ما في كده مرة سمع عن حوادث قالت أنا بسجل 10 أنا منطقي جدا أسامة جدا زحمة حمل قريبتنا جبنا منهم مدرسة الجزائر هذا الحمد لله ده طبعا ولدي ويعرف العمل في الحقيقة الحمد لله عجيب كده يوم وقت الجو فيها مقالات كتير لا 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 يعني سبعة مليار يهود الموضوع أقول يا أخي كل يا أخي ده محمد سيدنا كم حاجة كم حاجة أنا والله ما في حاجة والله ما كم كان تقول يا حتى لو ما كان أقام إسلام جدا
POC review line. Yes, or I think it is 150.
我还没有就是上次50，其实做不了，先放在那边的，我基本上是。我在打你啊，打到锁噻，我边啊，要按上面我这样。我現在試下我拉住手機啊，喺度整緊啊，佢打㗎啦，信息入嚟我唔知冇辦法，冇辦法回覆，冇辦法打，係整緊嘅。佢又叫我1月31號前要搞掂。我又唔知點樣炒，我又覺得好啲人信咗一交少一次，剩低嗰啲，我咪仲有啲啊！你話我嗰隻嗰個有咩啊？要啊，佢仲係要啊。係啊，我俾個手機你睇，你打都入唔到，佢入得到啊，但係冇辦法覆啊。你手機我睇下，你手機。Lo que no saben es si me voy yo o no me van. Lo siamo qui. 很难了，谢谢你啊。我那个先不去。那有我真的我还有我上班。
We'll be starting 3:50, waiting for the rest of the drivers. I believe.
La última vez que volví decía ahorita no sé. Si ustedes ahora yo me vieron pero no decían así. Cuando fue el juego de a ver si le iba a contar.
Everybody. Thank you so much.
You want me to close the door?
Yes. All right. Can't wait for the audience. Good afternoon, guys. My name is Instructor Travis. My name is Instructor Travis. Today, we'll be doing a 5-hour renewal course. My job today is to educate and update you on what's going on with TLC, so you can protect your license going forward, right? Every 3 years is a renewal course. This is a new course they started. After 3 years, you gotta come and renew. Find another school. You don't have to be this school, you can be any school that permits you to do the renewal course. Okay?
We have to do it every 3 years or only once?
No, every 3 years now. That's what they're saying.
Every 3 years?
Yeah. Because they changing up stuff every year, every 2 years. So they need the drivers to stay up to date.
Oh.
So that's why they come up with a renewal course now. Okay?
You make
See me
them
one
license.
time and after that you don't see me again.
Oh, no, we can't.
Okay? So
No,
you
in 3 years.
work with me today. Okay?
In 3 years.
You don't have to come to school. You can go to next school in Queens, anywhere else again.
No, we like it like
All right? All right. So after today, next 3 years is the course again. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So let me fix this right here. I'm trying to wait for the other driver. But... Thanks. Somebody need wires. Right. So in the class right now, I'll need you for classes. So one for you, no problem for you.
Thank you.
Pass it up. Oh, pass it up. I'm gonna bring back 2 for you real fast. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So if you want to hands. Welcome to AA Driver Training Center. Students must sign in at the start of your class and sign out at the end of the class. When the class is over, I'm the one who will approve, and you will have to get a signature, okay? Before you leave.
Okay.
Give me a signature, okay?
Okay.
And then after the signature now, the beautiful young lady is going to upload all your documents and let TLC know that you was in the class,
Okay.
okay? All right. Be on time for class. We have 2 10-minute breaks. You just stretch your legs, get some coffee, talk to the family. If you need to talk on the phone, just raise your hand in the hallway outside. All right? But I told you about the cell phone, no cell phone class, no smoking. If you want to smoke, across the street, not right in front of the school. All right, fine. No food or drinks in the classroom. You're trying to keep the classroom clean, so be respectful to school properties. Keep the classroom clean. Be polite and courteous to staff and classmates. Forget about COVID-19. All right. First thing we're gonna do today is tell me your name and how long you have your TLC license for. Oh, also, you're in live on TLC page right now, so say hi on camera. Okay. Anybody have any issues or any past experience they need to vent? Feel free. TLC is listening to you right now. We're trying to improve. You understand? So, first thing, your name and how long you have your license.
My name is Riaz Din.
How you doing today?
Yeah, fine. I have license since 1987.
Whoa! Hold on.
You figure out.
I'm trying to
Years.
The highest ever to the class is 28 years. So you in the 30s?
Yeah.
Whoa! 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 Congratulations! You hold it down, bro. You gotta talk after class, okay? And you gotta take some stories too. How you doing today?
My name is Augustine Vasquez, and I remember exactly when I got my first one. So it was like probably 10, 12 years.
10 years, so just keep up the good work. Awesome. How you doing today, sir?
Nice.
Hi.
My license, right?
Yeah.
Past the 10 years.
Past 10 years? Awesome. Congrats. Keep up the good work. Uh-huh.
My license 8 years.
8 years? Nice. Awesome. I love how I'm here today.
Oh my God, this is almost 2 years.
Whoa! You a G. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta tell me some stories, man. I want to hear. How are you today?
My name is MD Anwar. I have been driving since 6 years.
Nice.
17.
Nice. Keep up the good work, okay? Try to stay on the road.
My name is Rahali, last name Zahir, my license 31 years.
Oh, like him.
1992.
Oh.
I'm old man.
Now you young still, bro. You young. That's what's up. You young. I like what I'm hearing. I can't see nothing here. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is move on to page 6.
Page 6?
Yes, sir. By the end of the renewal course, guys, the drivers will be able to demonstrate a basic understanding, okay? We want you to have a basic understanding of resources available to support you as a driver, okay? So, the areas we'll be working on today is tools for working effectively and information for maintaining your TLC license, including checking your license status, updating personal information, interacting with TLC officers, safety and emission violation, prosecution, and oath. So those are the areas we'll be working on. People who need to refresh their memories, the website has been up to date and a lot of things have been changed. So they need y'all to go through it to understand. So once you leave here, you're on your own. You can't call nobody and say, could you help me directly? I gotta pay a summons or I gotta pay a fine. They will send you the wrong place because they have a lot of TLC guys paying in crazy websites and then calling the TLC and say, I paid my fine already, I paid this already. So that's why they have the renewal course. Okay, guys? So the other thing we'll be working on also is TLC policy and driver responsibilities, including fatigue prevention. That's when you're tired and stuff, what to do, okay? Your TLC pay work rules, which is all the TLC rules and the work rules to protect you. Safe driving practices, how to practice safe driving, including recognition programs and protocols. Also, customer service inclusions you'll be working on, including best practices, sexual assault overviews, avoiding discriminatory practices, and assault procedures. Those are the areas we're working on today. The last area we're working on today is disability etiquette and way securement skills training, including explanation of the ADA, first person language, types of disabilities, onboarding and disembarking passengers procedures. So the last thing we work on is the wheelchair. Anybody who needs help with the wheelchair, I am here to help you. Don't feel shy or don't feel shame, okay? We are here to learn today, just to refresh your memory. All right, the course curriculum, it will be divided in several lessons. Those listed under 1C above, plus this introduction session, with a total duration of 5 hours. The lessons as follows. We will be working on lesson 2, support for drivers, how and when to use your resources. Lesson 3, tools for working and maintaining your license. That's what we're working on today. Lesson 4, major policy rules, understanding your responsibility as a TLC licensed driver. Lesson 5, safe driving practices. Lesson 6, customer service inclusion initiatives. Lesson 7, etiquette securement and skills training. Moving on to 1E, our key terms today, throughout this course today. I'll be working on and teaching you all and updating you all on these 2 websites. They are TLC Upload and we got logs. Okay, for those who don't know, anybody used any of those websites before? Anybody? TLC Upload? It was created in 2017. Okay, so one second. This is how the TLC Upload look. If you're missing documents, they asking for requested documents. You try to find a license appointments, FHV trips and stuff to the base. Right here. If you don't have if you need to use a computer, or phone, or tablet, or anything, you gotta use the link at the bottom here, and you will see everything on the page clear. So this is how it look, and it also got tax and limousine commission on the top because I have a lot of people going on the wrong websites. So they want us to show you exactly the right stuff. So this is the upload stuff. If you have to pay your safety and emissions, re-inspection fees, you gotta pay summonses and stuff, you gotta go on this website. Okay? This is the website you gotta go. They call logs. This is for license application renewals and summonses for the people that don't know. And if you want to find your summons, a lot of people don't know this stuff. Make a license renewal. All right, so if you want to do a license renewal on payments like medallion, SHL, permit holders, FHVs and stuff, it's at the bottom. Paratransit also. Because I have a lot of guys asking me, where is it? So I'm just showing you now for those who don't know. Okay, these are the 2 main websites, nowhere else. Please guys. All right, moving on. Office of Administration, Trials and Hearings. This is where you pay your fines and stuff. Okay? For those who don't know, 1 second. This is the website. Okay? And you can check if you want to find your summonses and fight the summons and different stuff, requesting you hearing and all of that, is at the bottom. You scroll at the bottom of it.
When they give you a ticket, they just show you the page. So
Okay.
you pay, you fine.
Okay, no problem. All right?
Yeah.
So, all right, so NYC Web, it's a free service that connects residents in New York City, free, confidential mental health support. So if you know anybody going through depression, mental problem because they can't pay the bills, problems with their family and stuff, we have a website for that now. Okay, and you can speak to a counselor by phone, text, or chat and get access to mental health and substance using services. And they have 200 languages. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So pass the information on to other drivers, okay? Open data list. We also have an open data list for those who don't know about an open data list. This is all your information, driver's information. It can be FHVs, Uber, Lyft. You just gotta put your information. Hold on. Got so much stuff open up today. Right. This is how it looks. And it's updated 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. in the evening. So if you want to check your license status and stuff, open data list. Oh, also, anybody need to write down anything because you gotta give me back the book when you finish. So the stuff I tell you to write down, if you need to write it down, let me know. I will give you a pen and stuff.
Okay.
But these are important information going forward for y'all, okay? Because the system is being updated every time, so we need the drivers to stay updated. All right, Uniform Service Bureau, USB. The Enforcement Division of the Uniform Service Bureau is the law enforcement arm and is made up of NYC Special Patrolmen. The Enforcement Division is to maintain public safety by deterring illegal operation of unlicensed vehicles and ensuring compliance of all TLC rules and regulations. Vehicle traffic laws, administrative code, and NYC rules and regulations within it regulated industries. So those are the jobs of a TLC officer. Moving along, vehicle inspection report or notice of violation. New, renew, and transferred for hire vehicles are required to be inspected in the TLC inspection facility. Notice of violation usually details conditions on the vehicle that needed to be corrected. Drivers have 10 business days to return to TLC with these conditions corrected and receive a receipt to avoid a summons. So you have 10 days. TLC rules comprise in several chapters and can be found on the TLC website and are updated from time to time. That's why you are here. Everybody check out the TLC rules, how they look. I will show it to you just now. For hired vehicles, refer to vehicle types that provide prearranged transportation throughout New York City and adjacent counties. Accessory, paratransit service provides public transportation for eligibility customers with disability or health condition that prevent them from using the public buses and subways for some or all of their trips. AA operators 24/7, 365 days a year. All right, the TLC external affairs. These guys created this renewal course here. That's why you are here. Okay? They call them the external affairs. Team ensures licensees are up to date on the new projects and initiatives that the Office of Policy spearheads. Uniform Service Bureau, we skip that. Prosecution helps protect public safety and hold licensees accountable for following TLC rules. Drivers Protection Unit. What is it? It's to investigate, prosecute, resolve illegal conduct and fraudulent practices affecting our licensed driver. So we have a Driver Protection Unit. Anybody needs information on it? Feel free to ask me. Safety and emission. All right, so this is important here for your vehicle. If you need to write it down, anyone who falls in any of these categories, write it down to cover yourself. Because you know when you're outside, time flies, things happen. You miss the inspection date. To help improve air quality, all yellow taxi cabs have a safety and emission inspection every 4 months. SHL vehicles receive one every 6 months. And other FHVs are required to be inspected once every 2 years. This safety and emission inspection program helps make sure every vehicle registered meets the minimum standards for safe operation on public streets and highways. Right, moving along, we got 2 other programs. I don't know if any of y'all used it already before, but these are the 2 programs for y'all. They call it the TIF, Taxi and Improvement Fund, and the Street Daily Delivery Improvement Fund. Okay? It was created as an accessibility initiative for drivers offer $100 signing bonuses, and you can earn an extra $1 per trip from TLC for any trip you provide in a yellow or green wheelchair accessible taxi cab. Okay, so that's what the 2 programs are offering. Accessible Street Hail Delivery Grant Program. They also have one grant. If you approve, you could get a grant for $30,000. And this is available for green cabs owners. Anybody interested? Feel free to write information down or reach out to me after. Moving along, e-hail program. That's an app, an e-hail app. This was created to facilitate the process of requesting transportation for people with disability by providing quicker and more reliable service by the use of web-based application. So later on, I'm going to show you how that is operate. Moving along, Vision Zero is a program adapted in New York City by Mayor de Blasio in 2014. Its purpose is to eliminate all traffic deaths and serious injuries on New York City streets by 2024. We are in 2023 right now, so that's why you are here. All right, the laws, license application, renewal, and summonses. The website is right next to the bottom. That's where you make your payments. If you need to write it out, it's www.nyc.gov/laws. If you need to write it down, feel free to write it down. Wheelchair accessible vehicles. Cars that have been made specifically transport wheelchair users. Most vehicles are minivan like the Chrysler, Pacifica, Dodge Caravan, Honda Odyssey, and Toyota Sienna. Those are the cars right now are suitable to transform into a wheelchair accessible vehicle. These vehicles have been modified to create room to accommodate many sizes and types of wheelchairs. I'm going to show you later on also in the class on the operation of these vehicles and the wheelchair. TLC Office of Inclusion. A newly formed office that will ensure that the riding public, including individuals with disability, receive courteous service from taxis and FHVs, and that no TLC licensed driver are declining trips or refusing trips due to destination or for use of service animals. Also creating new resources to further improve TLC licensed drivers, disability etiquette, knowledge of wheelchair securement, and ramp operation, and overall training on how to better serve passengers with disability. Bill of Rights, a driver bill of rights. This is how it looks for those who don't know. That's one, and you have the next one. The driver bill of rights contains information for drivers who lease vehicles or medallions on a daily, weekly, or long-term basis. TLC rules all fleets, agents, taximeter shops must post the driver bill of rights. You have to post the two bill of rights. The bill of rights consists of two posters. One poster relates to fleet drivers and the other to driver-owned vehicle drivers. So this is one. Yeah, so this is one, and this is the next one. Disability, a physical or a mental condition that limits a person's movement, senses, or activities. Accessibility can be viewed as the ability to access or direct and benefit from some system or entity. The focus is on people with disability. Okay? That's the focus. And also in 1990, a civil rights law was prohibiting discrimination against people with disability in all areas of public life, including jobs, school, transportation, and all public and private places that are open to general public. So it has an act that was created in 1990 to protect disability people. Just like no one can be discriminated on the basis of race, color of your skin, religion, sex, or national origin. The same applies for people with disability. Although the ADA does not provide a specific list of disabilities, it does protect anyone with disability of physical or mental impairment that limits the ability to perform one or more major life activities. And moving along, people first language. This comes into the disability category too. This emphasizes the individuality, equality, and dignity of people with disability. People first language conveys respect by emphasizing the fact that the people with disability are first and foremost. And we also got accessible dispatch. All these things was created for disability people, okay? This is a program, give passengers with disability greater access to green and yellow wheelchair accessible taxis. The program offers an expanded service area that now accommodates pickups and drop-offs in all 5 boroughs. And we have a dispatchers for the wheelchair people. Okay, companies that dispatch wheelchair accessible vehicles to people with disability. They also created the hackup to sell a vehicle as a taxi cab or a SHL and obtain approval from the TLC for service. So if you want to change your regular vehicle into a taxi, they call it a hackup. Okay, you gotta hit up the TLC commission and they will tell you how to go further to do that. The hackup includes installation of the meter and roof lights, painting of vehicles, and addition of all required decals. They also have an endorsement. If you are interested in street hail and livery, this can be purchased at TLC by for hire vehicles basis to permit to offer dispatch service to green taxis. So they have that endorsement for the green taxis if you're interested, guys. Public accommodation regulations. Under U.S. federal law, public facilities must require newly constructed or altered places to be made accessible for the disabled. So all these laws has been taken into place and is serious. Moving on to page 10, lesson 2. How and when to use your resources. There are numerous resources available through the TLC to assist for hire drivers. This lesson will provide a review/overview of these resources and the procedure of accessing them. 2A, Owner-Driver Resource Center Service. During the COVID-19 health crisis, the TLC and the C are taking steps to support TLC drivers, vehicle owners, and businesses. TLC Driver Resource Center provides financial counseling, legal services, and other useful free city resources such as healthcare insurance, mental health resources, and more. Drivers Resource Center service include, number 1, legal services. If you need legal advice, legal help, you want to direct it to somebody, next driver, we have a website for that. If you need financial support and financial help, we got counseling for that and a department. Health and mental, depression as I say, and also last, public benefit application support. Those are the 4 areas that was created to help TLC drivers. 2B, DPU, Drivers Protection Unit. This protects the right of way all taxi and for hire vehicle drivers. This unit investigates, prosecutes, and resolves illegal conduct and fraudulent practices affecting our licensed drivers. In instances where you, as a driver, feel as though your TLC Bill of Rights has been violated, you should contact the TLC Protection Unit at, this is the number, 718-391-5539 for those who don't know. Or, and this is the website if you need to write it down, Drivers Protection at tlcnyc.gov for those who don't know. If you fall in any of these categories, these are the number and the website to contact. Okay, if you are failure to pay drivers that they earn by providing a trip, if you fall in that category, contact. Failure to return a driver's security deposit. Failure to provide drivers copies of documents required under TLC rules, including leases and receipts. Overcharge of lease or vehicle purchase amount. Acts of identity theft. Retaliation for filing a complaint with the TLC. Those are the areas. If you see anybody or you fall into that, feel free. Communication channels and when to use your communication channels. If you have questions about the TLC license status or application status, this is the number. Feel free to write it down. 391-5501. Questions about settling a violation. 391-5584. All other questions relating to summonses and violation. 391-5617. Feel free to write it down. External affairs. This is a team that made up of 5 staffers who do outreach communication and assist with consumer cases. The team interacts directly with about 50 major stakeholder groups, more than 950 bases, and almost 260,000 licenses. All right? External affairs staff members will take license inquiries and resolve issues. That's what they do.
Not their picture.
Yeah, feel free. I'm just passing on the knowledge for y'all, because when you leave, that's it. Y'all on your own. All right. Email and text messages. TLC will send email or text messages to notify the driver any missing items from the licensing requirements checklist. The TLC cannot give you a license until you have submitted all items and they have been reviewed and approved. If you are missing requirements, you can upload them using our new upload portal, TLC Hub. And I will show it to you right just now. If you need more information or help, you can email. And this is the email, the right email. Feel free to write it down also. Very important. Social media channels. NYC agencies share information, images, and videos with the public through external social media websites. TLC, as a part of NYC agencies, also has its own social media channels. And if you want to follow TLC and stay up to date, these are the social media websites: Facebook, Tumblr, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. No other websites. And also at the bottom, it also have a website, www.nyc.gov/TLC. Feel free to write that down. Very important website. All right. We're moving on to FHB trip records at the bottom of it. This is to improve safety, accountability, and policy making. The TLC now requires all FHB bases to electronically submit their trip records. So that's how I was showing you. If you want to check FH records, you can check it on the TLC upload website. Page 12. NYC resources. The City of New York offers several programs from which TLC may directly benefit from. These include, we also got victim services. TLC connects victims to New York State Office of Victim Services, which can help with medical bills, counseling expenses, lost wages, and other types of assistance. We also got New York State Unemployment Benefits. And this is the website. Feel free to write it down. Let's say you by the light and a guy hits you in the back. You can't, and your back is messed up. You cannot drive. Thank you so much.
Can you take a look at the moment when you get a chance?
Yeah, I already got a link. Thank you. Yeah. Let's say you buy the light and a guy hits you in the back and you mess your back up. You can't drive, you can't provide for your family. This is the website. Okay? Things happen outside. So we gotta educate y'all and make y'all stay up to date. Food assistance. All New Yorkers can receive free meals through food pantries and meal hubs throughout the city. Awesome. Okay, write that down too. If you need food for the family. NYC Well. All right. I don't know if I'll show you. This is how it looks. Don't go on the wrong website. At the bottom here, 888-692-9355. That's the call number. If you don't want to, if you're shy to talk, you could text 65173. If you need a chat, like you don't want to text and you want to chat like on a computer, nyc.gov/nycweb. And this is the website. They want every driver to be familiar with all the websites. Right, financial assistance. NYC Financial Empowerment Center are now offering remote financial counseling sessions via phone call. Financial assistance for businesses impacted by COVID-19 is also available through the U.S. Small Business Administration, SBA. Okay, check that out. Public benefit application. The City Human Resource Administration, HRA, can help you with public benefit application through Access HRA, Supplemental Nutrition Access Assistance Programs, which is SNAP, Cash Assistance, Medicaid Renewal. So those are all the different assistance programs. If you're interested, feel free. If you need any more knowledge on it, check me after the class. Healthcare medical insurance. New York Care is a healthcare access program that guarantees low cost or no cost service to New Yorkers who do not qualify for or cannot afford health insurance. All NYC care services are provided through New York Health or hospitals. And any driver that doing the black car, they have a telemedicine program going on too. Those who don't know. And the black car is paid by the company, the insurance. Legal service assistance. This is what I was telling you about with a lawyer and legal advice. This is the website, www.legalservicenyc.org. Feel free to write it down if you need to. They help you with domestic violence, evictions, housing, mortgages, legal education, and etc. All right, NYC Commission on Human Rights. So this is explaining to you human rights law. All right, the human rights law prohibits discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodations, and also provides additional protection in surrounding bias-based profiling by law enforcement and discriminatory harassment. Public accommodations include taxis and for hire vehicles, and these other classes are protected by the human rights law. Race, color, national origin, immigration status, pregnancy, religion, creed, age, sexual orientation, disability, marital partnership status.
What's religion?
Creed, that's a good pull. Let me tell you right now, one second. I know what's religion.
Religion, I know what's religion.
Yeah, me too. One second. It's saying a set of beliefs or aims which guide someone's actions. So it's like a religion.
It's not for religion.
Yeah, it's like close to religion.
Yeah.
So that's how we put it. See?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some
Yeah. All right. Providers of public accommodation, including TLC drivers, may not discriminate against person in protected class. This means, for example, guys, drivers can refuse a passenger to pick up a passenger because of his color of his skin. Never threaten or harass a passenger because of their religion or creed, even if you disagree. You may never refuse service to same-sex couple because of their sexual orientation. You cannot discriminate passengers based on gender, gender identity, expression or sexual orientation, transgender, and gender non-conforming persons are protected under the human rights law in employment, housing, and public accommodation. You may not refuse to give someone a ride because of their disability. Service animals must always be allowed to ride in your vehicle. Know you're protected under NYC human rights law and know your obligation as a TLC driver under the law as well. So at the bottom here, the bystander intervention. TLC wants you all to know they have a program going on right now that how should I say? As you as a bystander, let me give you an example. Let's say you pull up at the taxi stand and you see an ex-driver arguing with a customer or a driver arguing with a driver. They have a program now that they will teach you words in order to say, to de-escalate. Instead of making it more worse, you could calm the situation down. So that's the program they have here because in the past they have a lot of guys causing coming to cause more drama on top of that drama.
Yeah, they used to make it worse. Right?
Yes.
So
Because they don't know what to say.
Mhm.
So they have a program for that, okay? And has launched a series of bystander intervention training to teach the public how to de-escalation strategies to prevent violence and hate speech to promote public safety. In addition, the public can submit online incident forms to report discrimination via the Commission on Human Rights website. So check it out, guys. Bystander intervention is built on the idea that we all play a role in creating safe public spaces for each other when we see our neighbors and community members facing bias, discrimination, or harassment. The NYC Commission on Human Rights and community partners regularly co-host bystander intervention training to provide New Yorkers with the tools and strategies to safely respond when they witness bias, incidents, and discrimination. Participants leave these trainings equipped with verbal and behavioral de-escalation strategies to non-violently intervene to disrupt hate violence or hate speech. The training explores the meaning of safety or of being an effective ally and how identity plays a role in the way we choose to intervene. In response to the unprecedented climate of anti-Asian bias, discrimination, and harassment connected to COVID-19 stigma since March 2020. The Commission has hosted over 30 bystander intervention trainings, reaching over 1,400 New Yorkers. Right. So, move on to tools for working and maintaining your license. Lesson 3. In 2017, TLC launched an upload portal. It's a quick, simple way for new drivers and vehicle applicants to submit documents needed to complete the licensure process to the TLC. The TLC upload allows students to upload documents, stay informed on the status of each of their submitted documents, and easily see whether a document has been accepted, rejected, or is currently under review. Applicants can see a log of each item they have submitted, the status of each item, and an up-to-date list of all missing requirements. When documents are reviewed and their status changes, the system emails the applicant to let them know that an action has been taken on a submitted document. If a new document is identified as being required from a review of the application, it is posted to TLC Up and an email is automatically generated to let the applicant know what is required and how to provide it. Okay? So this is the breakdown.
Hey, it's me, your skin. I crave being done with acne, but treating leaves me red, flaky, irritated. CeraVe Acne Cleanser.
Yeah, anytime.
To treat my acne, all 3 essential ceramides in CeraVe help restore my natural barrier. With CeraVe, we can treat our acne heal, and face the world. Therapy Acne Foaming. Welcome to the TLC video tutorial lecture. I will show you how
This is
to
a breakdown
TLC
how they want you to
TLC up
do the
to
procedures,
required documents.
how to use the web page.
Let's get started. The first step in uploading your documents is to sign in.
Anybody need help with that? I can do it afterwards. Like with your actual license and stuff.
nyc.gov/TLCUP. You can access TLC Hub from a computer as well as tablet or mobile device. You will need the following information to sign in: your TLC application number, the zip code of your mailing address, and the last 5 digits of your social security number or employer ID number. The information here must match the information on your application. You must wait at least 1 hour after applying before you will be able to use TLC Up. Once you have entered your information, click the Sign In button to continue. On the next page, you will be able to check the status of your application, learn if there are any missing documents or requirements, and to upload required documents. Note, this video can be reopened at any time by clicking the Help link on the top right side of the screen. All of the information on this page will be carved as of the date and time shown here. In the applicant information section of the screen, you will see the information that was entered when you submitted your application. Remember that this is the email address that the TLC will be using to contact you regarding your application. If this information is wrong, please contact TLC to update your information by emailing licensing@tlc.nyc.gov. In the missing requirements section, you will see 2 groups of requirements. The column on the right side of the page will list all of the requirements that you must complete, but that do not require you to submit any documents. TLC will automatically know those requirements are completed. For example, a driver license applicant may see tax school listing. A vehicle applicant may see payment of the CMBT listing. The column on the left side of the page will list all requirements you must upload on TLC Up. For example, a driver license applicant may see a copy of DMV license listing. A vehicle applicant may see insurance documents listed. By clicking the question mark tooltip next to the items listed, you will be able to find more information about each missing requirement. All missing requirements must be submitted by the application expiration date shown here. Let's upload a missing required document. First, click the box to the left of the document that you want to upload. If the file that you are uploading fulfills multiple requirements, you can check off all that apply. Click the Browse button to select the file that you want to upload. You can upload images or scanned documents in several formats: PDF, TIFF, JPEG, or PNG. Select the file that you would like to send from your phone, tablet, or computer file menu and click Open. Click the Submit button to upload the document. Remember that you will only be able to upload 1 document at a time. If you have additional documents to upload, device. Remember that the TLC may identify additional items you will need to provide once your completed application is reviewed. The TLC will email you if you are missing any documents or requirements. Check your email inbox regularly to ensure that you submit any missing documents as quickly as possible. Let's review the file and you upload it. In this section, you will see all the files uploaded through TLC Up. Files are sorted by the date that they were submitted. Click the name of the file, open a preview of the document that you uploaded. Remember to check all uploaded documents to confirm that the correct file was sent to the TLC and that the correct missing requirements are marked on the file. If you uploaded the wrong document, click the X in the delete file column to remove the file. You will be able to upload the correct file again following the previously shown steps. You will only be able to delete a file if the TLC has not yet reviewed the file. After submitting the document, you will see file name, requirement, and status. There are 4 possible statuses for each document you upload. Documents marked as pending have been submitted but have not been reviewed by the TLC. Documents marked as in progress have been submitted and are being reviewed by the TLC. Check back again later to view their status. Documents marked as accepted have been reviewed by the TLC and the document you submitted completed the missing requirements. Documents marked as rejected have been reviewed by the TLC but did not complete the missing requirements. Rejected documents will show the reason that they were rejected. You will need to upload a new document that completes the requirements. Be sure to check the reason why a document was rejected before uploading a new document. The TLC will send an email when the status of any uploaded document changes. Check back frequently to stay current on your application status.
All right.
Thanks for watching.
Any questions so far? Feel free to ask me on the break or after the course. That is how they want you to upload stuff in this document, okay?
Okay.
All right, so the laws, which is what I was showing you on. All right, license must be renewed every 3 years now, so this is going forward now. Within 90 days, expiration date of your license. If you miss this deadline, your license may be canceled and you will have to reapply. You don't want that, okay? If you miss the deadline, in addition, you must complete a DDC every 3 years and pass your annual drug test. So check your license status on the upload link to see if you need to do a DDC and all of that, okay? The status is going to tell you what you need to upload, okay? Your drug test. They say 90 days, but I will advise you for minimum 45 days. Okay, they say standard 90 days. That's just standard. But my thing is minimum 45. Okay, you say for 45. What else I need to tell y'all? Alright, so for current TLC drivers, once you have your license, call lab callback. For those who don't know, schedule your drug test. This is the website, this is the number to write it down, pass on the information. Right. Alright, moving along. 2B. How to interact with a TLC officer, the role of a TLC officer.
3B?
2B, at the bottom, 14, page 14. All right, these are the rules they want you to do when you interact with a TLC officer if they stop you. because they might stop you with no violations just to observe you randomly, okay? So, first thing first, turn signal or hazard to let officer know driver intends to comply. Pull over to a safe area as quickly as possible. Turn on all interior lights. Lower both driver and passenger windows. Turn off engine. Place hands on the steering. Wait for officer to approach vehicle. Do not reach of anything until instructed by the officer. Follow instructions from officer. Give your TLC and DMV driver's license, vehicle registration, and insurance information. Driver will be told reason for traffic stop after giving the officer their credentials. Okay? Driver must not dispute summons with officer. Why you give me a ticket? No, don't argue. If a ticket is issued, driver should follow instructions listed on the back of the ticket. Driver has the right to attend an oath hearing to dispute the summons. Assaulting a TLC officer is a felony under the NYC Penal 120.08 and will result in an arrest. Okay, guys? Moving along, safety and emission. This is dealing with your vehicle now. Understanding your vehicle process. To help improve quality, safety and emission inspection every 4 months. SHL vehicles once every 6 months. FHVs once every 2 years. Safety and emission inspection program helps make sure every vehicle register meets the minimum standards for safe operation on public streets and highways. And the taxi, this falls for the guys who drive the taxis. Your inspection is 3 inspection every year. 3. The first one, do not go woodside inspection facility. Please, a lot of guys go in there for their first inspection. And they coming at us and telling us, you need to tell these guys, don't go there. So this is for this guy with yellow cabs. Do not go woodside, please. Go NYS DMV inspection station. That's the area you're supposed to go. Your second and your third inspection, you're supposed to go woodside. Yellow cabs. Green taxis now. Every 6 months. For hired vehicles, every 2 years. All vehicles, including yellow taxis, green taxis, livery vehicles, black cars, limousines, must pass vehicle inspection every 4 months. Yellow taxis are inspected at the TLC Woodside Inspection Facility at 24-55 Brooklyn-Queens-Expressway West, Woodside. FHVs will visit the TLC Woodside facility for their first inspection. FHVs. And afterwards, you can go to the NYS approved for your first inspection. So remember that, guys. People be confusing the whole thing up and messing up a lot of stuff. And then they go and trying to pay the inspection fees on laws and then I see information. So they want you to just have the right knowledge. You're not just driving out there. Alright. If you need any more information, I should show you. Alright, if you want to know like different rules and updated stuff, once you hit here, hit about, and it will give you a list on the left side, and have like the news.
All the rules.
Yeah, the rules and all of that. So once you hit the rules, you remember I was telling you like rule 80-11 and all of that? Alright, it's break up like that. Like here, see? You got chapter 51, chapter this, and everything break down. Chapter 80, chapter 82, 78. So they break it down for you in different ways that, as simply as possible. So once I say, okay, you want to check out the rule chapter, whatever, you know where to go on the website. All right. So the inspection is rule 80. So that's this bottom here. Boom. You click that, and it will give you all the information of how the inspection is. Okay. And these are the parts they want you to keep up to date.
This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Before you come in, make sure your windshield has no cracks or damages. Sometimes a small repair will prevent a larger one, or even replace it, and will not only help you pass the test, but provide a safe ride for you and your passengers. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment. This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Remember to always check your tires' tread and overall condition before coming in. Your vehicle can fail inspection if you have a worn tire tread, so check your tires with a tread depth gauge or try the quarter trick. If you cannot see any of Washington's forehead, you have a good tread. Check for any cuts, knots, or bulges on the tire. Also, do not forget to check for missing lug nuts. Healthy tires make for a safe ride. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment. This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Before you come in, make sure your check engine light is not on, because the vehicle will fail inspection if it is. Possible causes include an oxygen sensor failure, a loose fuel cap, catalytic converter failure, a spark plug or ignition coil issue, bad spark plug wires, or mass airflow sensor failure. Large automotive parts retail stores will often check a car's check engine codes for free, and then advise on what is needed. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment. This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Rear view and side mirrors must not be missing or broken. Shattered or taped mirrors will fail inspection. Seeing behind you or next to you is always necessary to safely operate your vehicle. Ensuring clear, functional mirrors will leave you reflecting on a fast inspection while providing a safe ride for you and your passengers. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment.
Let us take care of parking so you can go on experiencing the city. Park NYC, head in a New York minute.
This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. All seatbelts must be in working order. Seatbelts cannot be tucked into the seat cushions or under the seats. Always be sure to check all seatbelts in the car before you come in for your inspection appointment. Working seatbelts will not only help you pass the test, but they will provide a safe ride for you and your passengers. And remember, no matter where you sit in the car, everyone must buckle up. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment. This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Before coming in, make sure headlights and taillights are not cracked or taped, even if they work. This includes signal lights, backup lights, fog lights, and stop lights. All lights must be fully intact and working to pass your vehicle inspection. Having all lights repaired before you come in for your appointment will not only help you pass the test, but will also help keep everyone safe on the road. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment. This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Check your vehicle's brakes. Brakes must not have worn or warped rotors, leaking or damaged master cylinder or wheel cylinders, and a working parking brake. There should not be excessive brake noise. Making sure your brakes are always in good working order will not only help you pass inspection, but will ensure a safe ride for you and your passengers. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment.
Okay, those are the areas you want y'all to keep up to date with your vehicle, okay?
Yeah.
All right, drivers of page 16, drivers of TLC license, yeah, page 16. Drivers of TLC licensed vehicles, except those which are exempt from NYS block authorization and inspection requirements, must be in compliance with Article 19A of New York State Vehicle and Traffic Rules. Driving a non-exempt vehicle that is not in compliance with Article 19A constitutes the same offenses as driving an FHV without a valid license. Chapter 80 has a breakdown of the rules, if you need to know any more. This describes the consequences for non-compliance with inspection requirements. So if you don't check those parts, your first offense is $350. Suspension until you comply. The second, within 36 months, is 500. So everything starting 300 go up. Suspension, and the third is revoke. So you need to keep up to date with the parts for those who don't know, okay? As you are worried that your vehicle may not pass inspection, then be prepared. The most common reason for a vehicle failing to pass the inspection includes tires are too worn, lights not working properly, seatbelt missing or not accessible or operable, windshield wipers not in good working order. Okay, so once those areas are good, you are good. And we go for a break now and stretch our legs. Come back for 55. Okay, break time. For 55.
455?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you a lot.
How long you been teaching?
Huh?
How long you been teaching?
2 years now. I'm rookie.
Yeah?
Rookie.
Rookie, yeah.
Oh, you got? No, you think you will be able to someone use the rest of the. Alright, cool.
Yeah, it's like,
Hey, what's up? Alright, so I put some papers, TLC ones here to be updated with the two papers I put. Yeah, take 2 minutes and read it fast. Also, the ones who read the papers already,
I only one.
oh, sorry. On page 16, prosecution of O2D, read that also. They want you to read that also.
Okay, thank you.
I can imagine. Good question. Yeah. Why this man? How can I fix that? What is what? The fix it. Why is it for some reason? Oh, sideways? Yeah, like this.
Or, I don't know, this.
I was trying to press.
Yeah, it moves around, but I just don't like to touch it.
Yeah, me too. That's why I didn't want to touch it. Yeah, that's all. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Oh, you can move your corner.
Oh, thank you. It's
You're good. It's no problem.
Yeah,
It was-
it was
thank
like-
you. Yeah, yeah. It was.
Alright, let me, by the time you're reading that, let me. Alright, everybody finished? You read that chapter? Alright, very cool. Okay, so we on page 16, the bottom settlement. Yeah, 16, bottom settlement. Settlement is voluntary. You may settle your case with TLC if you want to, but you do not have to. Settlements can be offered by either you or TLC. You and TLC can accept or reject the offers. The judge will work with both sides to make sure the terms are acceptable to both you and the TLC. All right? And lesson 4, moving on to lesson 4. All right. Understand your responsibilities as a TLC licensed driver. So at the bottom here is a table. Let me pull it up here also. Is a table breaking down all the different procedures and prices of all the taxi cabs outside. So the yellow taxis, they use two types of service. Street hail, which is taxi, taxi, or e-hail, the app. They have a medallion, that's their license. If you want to rent them, this is people who's interested right now. 7,800 dollars weekly. 5 boroughs except exclusionary zones. You got salary cash, independent contractor, the green taxis, street hail, e-hail, pre-arrangement. They have a permit license, $3,000 every 3 years. 5 boroughs except exclusionary zones. Pay daily in cash. That's how much they make. Independent contractor. The black car livery. They do pre-arrangement via dispatcher. They also have a program, defensive driving course. When you do the course and you finish, they give you $300 incentive. They do 625 every 2 years. They also have a next program. They call it the wellness program. They offer when you do the class is $150 when you finish the class incentives. So anybody interested in the black livery, they offer different incentives. They are an independent contractor. They get paid cash daily. Black cars, corporate individual accounts, pre-arrangement, dispatcher, and they share apps. TLC vehicle license, 625 every 2 years, 5 hours except exclusionary zones. They get paid weekly or electronically or check. Independent contractor. Okay? Luxury limousines, pre-arrangements via dispatcher. $625 every 2 years. 5 hours except exclusionary zones. Weekly by check or electronically. And hired status is employee. So those are the recent breakdowns of what's going on right now with all the taxi cabs. Okay? Moving along. Yellow medallions. The yellow taxi that provides service through street hails or yields in NYC each have a medallion issued by the TLC, which limits the number available. FHV livery black cars, luxury limousines. These are community cars service, livery, black car service, luxury limousine service. The number of FHVs is not limited by a finite number of licenses. FHV transportation is accessed by a pre-arrangement with a dispatcher or a limousine company. These FHVs are not permitted to pick up passengers via street hail as those rides are not considered pre-arranged. Green hail, also known as SHL also, Green Borough taxi cabs. They cannot provide hail service to passengers below West 110, East 96, and down. Okay? And the airports. You cannot do service there. SHL are equipped with roof lights, taximeters, GPS, and credit card acceptance system, and passenger info screens. Okay? The TLC rules also provide that they are dual service vehicles, so they may also be dispatched for pre-arranged livery trips by the affiliated bases. SHLs are subject to all of the TLC rules with regard to preventing service refusal and overcharges, among other things. And at the bottom of the rule topics is the operating costs in order to maintain your vehicle and how much it will cost a year. Okay? It's important for individuals who consider working in the FHV industry to fully understand the financial implications. The table below, created by the Center of New York City Affairs, provides a simple analysis to help drivers and those considering becoming FHV drivers to understand both startup as well as recurring costs. Perhaps the most important variable expenses which FHV drivers should take into account are number one, your insurance, maintaining your vehicle, your gas and vehicle leasing fees, Costs may vary depending on the TLC industry. Below, some of the common costs are presented, and this is the breakdown of how much money you will be spending if you got to do anything with TLC, and the total amount. The only thing changed is the drug test. The drug test is not $26 no more, it's $32 now. The vehicle license and plate renewal change, I think it's 456 now, it's not 400 anymore. So those are the, yeah. If you want to do a vehicle license plate renewal, is 456 now, not 400 anymore. Yeah. So they want you all to know that also. So if you have to do anything with TLC, it can be anything. They add a cost to it, and everything will be approximately 20,000 and change. So that's why you gotta be careful with your license. You gotta protect your license. It's very costly to be in this industry. Almost $20,000 you're spending. And at the bottom is a driver pay calculator. For those who don't know, this is for like people who work for the Lyft and the Uber company. They calculate your money if you do both. They add it up for you through that calculator right here. It's online for your information. This is the link at the side of it. Feel free to take it down to calculate your money and stuff and your trips. Anybody don't understand the driver income calculator after the class, I can show you how to operate it, okay? Anybody who don't understand, don't be shy. And the link is at the side if you want to play around with it at home, feel free. All right, moving on to page 19, driver pay rates. Effective March 1st, 2022, the minimum pay standard for high volume for high service drivers has increased by 5.3%. So, let's say you don't have a wave card and you provided a trip. The fees now, if you have a different number, they're working on that number right now. But the number I'm giving you right now is the actual number currently. Non-wave driver per mile is $1.16 per mile, 52 cents per minute. If you have a wave card, $1.50 per mile, 52 cents per minute. If you do it out of town and you have no wave card, it's $1.34 per mile. And if you have a wave card, it's $1.74 per mile, 61 cents per minute. So that's the change starting from March last year. And also, TLC got a contract with Rebel. If anybody interested in driving Rebel, this is the website. This will be information, and you sign up. They have a contract started last year, and this is the breakdown of the contract. If you want to work on the weekdays from 6 to 3 o'clock, you get a $3 tip with $18 per hour. So every trip you get $3 for the tip. That's between 6 to 3 o'clock in the evening, 6 in the morning to 3 in the evening. If you want to do weekdays, evening, 3 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning, it's $6 tip every pickup and $21 an hour. Weekend, Saturday, Sunday, all shift, $8 average tip, $23 an hour. But the average overall is $33 an hour overall. Okay? And if you work on the holidays, you get 1 times the amount, 1.5 times the amount. So 1.5, time and a half, you should say. For other towns, standard rates applies within city limits. Outside of New York City, these rates apply. If you need any more information, the link is at the bottom of the table. Feel free to take it out if you want to make more money. Various money-making programs are available to assist TLC drivers, including TIP. Funding from this program is available to help owners and drivers to convert, maintain, and hack up their accessible vehicles. Funding comes from the 30 cents taxi improvement surcharge on all trips in the taxi cab. Details of eligibility and payment can be found, and this is the link. Feel free to take the link down, because this is benefiting you, this program. All right, so the next one, Accessible Dispatch, is the Access a Ride company. This is like, for instance, you have like a grandmother, somebody old who disabled, and they need information. You give them the right information and the direct information. This is the information here at the bottom. The phone number, 646-599-999. If you want to email, is at the bottom of the website. And they do pick up and drop offs in all the 5 boroughs. That's Access a Ride main office. All right, benefits to drivers include, so the benefits of you being a driver, TLC driver, you earn more with dispatch payments, easy to use technology, no enrollment, all accessible vehicles have easy to use TPEP/LPEP devices with a touchscreen system. You could take trips from anywhere and serve more passengers. So those are the benefits. Also, if you have a wave card, let's say you do the 3-hour course and you have a wave card, a lot of drivers now getting pulled over randomly and they don't have the wave card because they can't find it. They can't find it in the wallet, they can't find it nowhere. So they advise us to tell y'all, if you do the wave course, please put the wave card in the glove compartment, even with your vehicle documents, because they will ask you for it, your insurance and all of that. Have the wave card with it so you could submit everything in one shot. That's what they want. They want, okay, I'll put it here. I can't find it. No, they don't want that. All right? Approved driver. A TLC driver who has successfully completed a 3-hour wave driver training and is certified to drive a wave. Nissan NV200. Taxi of tomorrow. This is how. All right, so this is how the vehicles look. And the price range based on the use and the stuff. This is the Nissan of tomorrow, the accessible vehicles. And the different price range they go for. So we have Toyota Sienna, Dodge Caravan. So these are the vehicles they put into place now. Next page, 20. Vehicle conversion. It costs a approximately $16,000 to convert a vehicle, and the city is offering grants to drivers to cover the cost partially. So in order to fix this, it's $16,000 to change it into accessible ramp. TLC drivers can own up to 5 wheelchair accessible green taxis. Okay, 5. All right, moving along. E-Hail. No questions so far? Everybody understand? We up to date? All right. E-Hail is an electronic hail or request for transportation using an e-hail app or an electronic device. Only yellow taxis or green borrowed taxis can accept trips requested via e-hail. E-hail application allows passengers to hail yellow and green taxis, including wheelchair accessible taxis using a smartphone app. Approved e-hail apps include, so these are the approved apps: Arrows, Curve, Miley, Via, Wave, Wapanda. You need any more information? This is the link right next to it. Feel free to take it out. Okay, fatigue driver prevention. The following list of rules and regulations are related to the NYSDMV, referred to as the Vehicle Traffic Laws, VTL. These rules govern all drivers in New York State, not just TLC drivers. Fatigue driving prevention rules. Number 1, study shows that driving while fatigued, tired, can be as dangerous as driving after heavy drinking. Fatigue slows down your ability to react, resulting in a high risk of crashing your vehicle. Fatigue driving is not only dangerous for drivers, it's also dangerous for everyone on New York City streets. With new fatigue driving prevention rules, the TLC licensed drivers may drive with passengers for up to 10 hours in a 24-hour period, or 60 in a week, Monday to Sunday. Only passenger time counts towards the daily and weekly limits. And at the bottom, there should be a breakdown. The TLC will begin to count passenger time to determine if a driver has gone beyond the daily or weekly limit. Pickup drop-off data will come from FHV bases, TPEP, and LPE systems. Drivers should track the amount of time they spend with passengers. Careful not to go over daily and weekly passenger time limit, guys. By tracking passenger time, drivers will know when they cannot accept new trips. If you are an FHV driver who accepts dispatches from multiple bases, your passenger time will be taken from all bases. If a driver gets stuck in a traffic with a passenger in a car, then that time in the traffic is counted towards the hour limits. But if a driver is cruising for a new trip and gets stuck in traffic, that time is not counted towards the driving limit because no passengers in the vehicle. Understand so far? Mm-hmm. All right. Drivers can reset their 24-hour clock by not driving passengers for 8 hours. After 8-hour break, the driver can begin counting 10 more hours of passenger time. Always be sure to stay under the weekly 60-hour limit. As the following example demonstrates, the empty vehicle driving the time between 7:20 and 7:35 is not counted in the driver's total passenger time calculation. At the bottom here is the passenger A, passenger B, and the breakdown of their time. Exception to the 10-hour rule. If you under 10-hour passenger time limit when you begin your final trip of the day, any time of the last trip that goes over your daily 10-hour limit will not come towards your daily 10-hour limit, but it will come towards your weekly 10-hour limit. For example, if you have completed 9 hours and 50 minutes of passenger time for the day and you pick up a final passenger for a 20-minute trip, you will not receive a summons for exceeding the 10-hour limit in that day. The full 10 hours and the 10 minutes of passenger time for that day will come towards your weekly, guys. Understand so far what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Moving along, lesson 5. Driver on a road, safe driving practices. The New York City and Taxi Limousine Commission hosts the annual TLC Safety on the Road ceremony to celebrate the achievements of NYC outstanding licensed taxi drivers. The TLC has high standards for its 185,000 licensed drivers, and on a mile-per-mile basis, TLC drivers are some of the safest drivers on NYC streets. To determine the on the road, the TLC reviews all of its licensed drivers' records and identifies drivers who have over 4 or more years, not a single crash resulting in an injury, or a single traffic violation, or a single violation of TLC safety-related rules. Drivers who are selected for the safety on the road represent a truly elite group. The TLC safety on the road also taxi fleets, car service bases, and community van companies with superior safety records. These businesses play a crucial role in promoting safe driving practices in the for-hire transportation industry. The TLC Accessibility on the Road recognizes drivers who have distinguished themselves as excellent providers of accessible services to our city wheelchair users. These yellow and green taxi drivers represent the highest and the most consistent trip providers in the accessible dispatch program. TLC also honors drivers that provide excellent customer service. These drivers went above and beyond with their passenger who sent their compliments to TLC. All right, so at the bottom here, we're moving on to Vision Zero. At the top was on the road. This is Vision Zero. Vision Zero is an initiative, and we're on the slide here, is an initiative of the Mayor's Office to eliminate traffic fatalities by the year 2024. The City of New York must no longer regard traffic crashes as a mere accident, but rather as a preventable incident that can be systematically addressed. No level of fatality on city streets is inevitable or acceptable, guys. This Vision Zero action plan is the city's foundation for ending traffic deaths and injuries on our streets. By creating a network of New Yorkers who are all engaged and educated on the street safety and who prioritize sharing the streets, we can create a New York where injuries and fatalities on the road do not exist. Crashes are preventable, and it takes all of us to make our streets safer. Together we can make a difference. And this is the link if you need any more information, the website. As a driver, your job is to provide safe service for the riding public. That's your job, guys. This means driving safely and sharing the road with pedestrians and cyclists. Vision Zero is changing the culture of driving and making the New York City safer for everyone. Drive like your family lives here. The TLC licensed drivers play an important role in our city. You drive more hours of the day than most of other people. You know the streets better than anyone else. It's important that you take the lead in ensuring the safety of our streets. A fatal or serious injury traffic crash impacts everyone involved. The person who was hurt or killed, their family, their community, and the driver. These crashes are preventable and depend on your choices. Safety-related reminders. Number 1, pause and wait before you turn, especially left turns. You have a blind spot on the car frame. Turn slowly and expect people in the crosswalk every time. Give pedestrians space, stop at a stop bar, not in the crosswalk. Slow it down. The speed limit is 25 miles per hour. The residential is 20 miles per hour in slow zones. Look in all directions, even if one-way street. Remember, guys, you got a skateboard, you got people with electronic bikes and different electronic devices. Eyes on the road, looking away for 4 seconds at 25 miles per hour is like driving an entire block with a blindfold on. Okay? Keep your eyes on the road. Allow plenty of time and be aware of delays or hazard. Remember, guys, the fastest route sometimes might not be the safest route, so give yourself some time. Alcohol and other drugs, including prescriptions and over-the-counter painkillers, can cause drowsiness and blurred vision. They can slow your reflexes and impair decision making. So be careful with the little stuff you be taking, guys. All right, it causes drowsiness. The pills and stuff. Most common safety rule violation and summonses. If you violate these, you will get a ticket. If you speed, ticket. Failure to yield to a pedestrian, ticket. Using a cell phone or texting, the five-finger rule, ticket. Violating red lights, ticket. Making improper turns, ticket. Disobeying traffic laws and signs, ticket. Once you're away from these, you're not going to be in problems. 5D, Cooper's Law. In 2014, this allows the TLC to suspend the TLC license of cab drivers involved in crashes that results in death or critical injury. If a TLC licensee is convicted of traffic violation or crime for causing such a crash, the law requires the agency to revoke that person's TLC license. The law was named after 9-year-old Cooper Stock was killed by a yellow cab driver who failed to yield. This is one of several traffic safety measures adopted to advance Mayor de Blasio Vision Zero initiative. A fatal or serious injury traffic crash impacts everyone involved, okay? All right, the crashes are preventable and depend on your choices. All right, at the bottom here now is the traffic rules for the pedestrian. If you need any more information, it's on the DOT website. The same section 4-04, chapter 4, title 34. It's saying you can't be on your phone, you gotta be outside. Okay? Because you're on your phone or sit you're on the camera. If you don't do computer class, you gotta do it over. Okay? Look your paper on the floor. All right, so pedestrians. These are the pedestrian rules. Right way in crosswalk. Operators who yield to pedestrian in a crosswalk. Pedestrians shall not cross in front of oncoming vehicles. Vehicles stop for pedestrian. Restrictions on crossing. And operators who exercise due care, hitchhiking, soliciting prohibited. Talking or selling, soliciting rides, washing, polishing, cleaning, assisting, parking, open and close. Okay? Those are the rules of the pedestrian. Right, moving on to 5E, skip bystander intervention before a proper procedure when involved in a collision. Alright. The driver who knows or who should have known that a collision involving a driver vehicle resulting in a personal injury to another or damage to another property must stop before leaving the scene of the collision. And if the other involved party is present, must show his or her chauffeur license, TLC license, and where applicable, rate card or vehicle license to the other party involved in the incident. Give the other involved party or the police his or her name, chauffeur license number, TLC driver's license, and other vehicle license type identification, as well as the name of the vehicle insurance carrier and the insurance policy number. Those are they want you to submit when you're in a collision. At the bottom, the TLC will suspend or revoke the driver's license if the driver has too many TLC points. The commission will count backwards 15 months from the date of the most recent conviction for the violation carry points that is cited in the summons. All right, number one. This is your TLC license now. If you have more than 6 points and less than 10 points on your TLC license, it's suspension for 30 days. If it's your license, a regular one, DMV, and the TLC, more than 6, less than 10, same thing, suspension 30 days. TLC points, more than 10, that's revoked. Combination with the 2 license, More than 10, that's a revoke. Right. Understand so far? All right. The TLC will suspend or revoke a driver's license if the driver has too many points. If a driver accumulates 6 or more points, but fewer than 10 points within 50 months, the TLC will suspend their TLC license for 30 days. If a driver accumulates 10 or more points on their license in a 50-month period, the TLC will revoke their license. For a driver who has been found guilty of multiple violations arising from a single incident, the Commission will consider the driver guilty of the single violation with the highest number of points. License suspension. For both DMV license and TLC license suspension means you cannot drive a specific period of time, but you will eventually get your license returned sometime in the future. The TLC license will be suspended for 30 days when a driver accumulates 6 to 9 combined TLC and DMV points. License revocation. A revocation means your license completely taken away, and after a specific time your period, you have to reapply to get your license reinstated. But there is no guarantee, guys, you will ever get your license back. Okay? So protect your license. There's no guarantee you get it back. All right, so they say if your points is only DMV points, then the driver can reapply with TLC in 1 year instead of the 3 years. That is only if it's DMV points. Tips for avoiding points and protecting your license. Number 1, comply with TLC rules and traffic laws. Number 2, understand unlicensed activities and follow the licensing rules and requirements. 3, maintain proper conduct and uphold all laws incorporated with law enforcement. 4, comply with Vision Zero and safety laws. And the next last one is understanding penalties.
RPD's Chief of Transportation, Kim Royster. Did you know that in New York City, pedestrian injury collisions are more likely to occur at intersections? A large number of these injuries are caused by vehicles making left turns. As per the New York City Department of Transportation, there are 3 reasons left turns are more dangerous. Drivers tend to take left turns at higher speeds than right turns. The driver's view may be obstructed by the A-pillar, which is a portion of the vehicle front, and the driver's side window. And left turns are more complex than other driving maneuvers. Here are some driver safety tips for left turns. Slow down as you approach the intersection. Look both ways for pedestrians, bikes, e-mobility devices. You should move your head to see around the A-pillar, to scan the roadways, crosswalk, sidewalk, and don't forget the bike lines. Proceed cautiously at a slow speed. Please be aware that a driver will be issued a summons or arrested for failing to yield. Thank you, and please drive safely.
New York City is the greatest city in the world, and you get to drive it every day. Nobody knows the streets of New York better than a 4-hire driver, but it's also one busy place. So you need to be at your best every shift
every day. The choices you make when you drive, how fast you go, where you look when you turn, even whether you're awake enough to start the ignition, can mean life or death. On average, vehicles seriously injure or kill New Yorkers every 2 hours. Vision Zero aims to end traffic-related deaths, and you're a vital part of this mission. In this video, you'll see 5 of the most common unsafe driving behaviors that lead to deadly collisions, and get some guidance on how to prevent crashes from happening in the first place. That was a close one. Driver, step on it, please. I've got tickets for this gift and I can't be late.
I can't hold the curtain, but I can get you there safely.
Well, just my luck. I've got the safest cab drive in all the world.
Look, I don't speed because it's a leading cause of traffic deaths in New York City.
Then proceed safely. Sorry, buddy. My fault. Remember, drivers, take passengers to turn and look behind them before they open their door. And for your own safety, you should ride on to open your door. That'll encourage you to turn and look behind you as well. Guys, don't bear the calls. I'm gonna start working on the Jenny and hey, whoa. Yo.
Hey, buddy, what's the hold up?
I got road work here, big time road work. Go on a bike lane.
I can't drive the bike lane. That's dangerous.
There's no cyclists around here.
What do you mean? My wife keeps cycling the city all the time. I'd rather take a long way and keep cycling safe.
Jake, the cyclists coming through here, man, it's 100 to 1. Maybe 2. Yeah, go this way. I don't want you driving through the bike lane anyway. Oh, sorry, long day, long day. You know, fatigue really affects your reaction time. Yo! Hey. No, I'm good. I'm just gonna get some coffee.
If you're ready for bed, you're not ready to drive. Come on. I think it's time for you to take a break. Good call. Come on. Good.
And that was an important one, folks. But remember, there's going to be some very crucial information coming up that you really want to pay close attention to. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just walking with this thing. Imagine trying to drive and do this at the same time. Forget about it. Hey, yeah, pick me up, please. Come on.
I can't.
You know you want to.
Nah, I'm okay.
Don't you want to check Facebook?
No.
Don't you want to check the news?
No.
Don't you want to text your wife? No, you don't. Please, I'll keep quiet. I know you can hear me. Wait, no. Come on, please, off the game. You always need to keep an eye out for pedestrians and cyclists before you make a turn, particularly a left turn.
That's right. Left turns are especially tricky because your view is obstructed by the frame of the car, which makes it hard to see pedestrians.
You see me? You see me? Right? Now you don't. But now you see me. Now you don't. Yes. No. And remember, folks, when it comes to turning, don't cut corners. Good night, Mike.
So I'll bring you to New York.
Adventure. You got any suggestions?
It's actually my job to avoid danger. You'd be surprised what's unsafe.
Try me.
Believe it or not, left turns. In fact, they're 3 times more dangerous than right turns.
I wouldn't have thought that. Tell me more.
First off, park to see pedestrians in a crosswalk. Wider turns lead to higher speeds. They require much more mental and physical effort.
In that case, make a right turn. I want to hit that Empire State Building of yours.
Got to.
You've just seen some real and imagined scenarios you'll encounter every day while driving in the greatest city in the world. And it's up to you to put safety first. Safety for yourself and your passengers. Safety for cyclists. And of course, the millions of pedestrians throughout New York City. Help make New York the safest city in the world. Yo, taxi!
All right, that's a Vision Zero.
Approximately 4,000 New Yorkers are seriously injured and more than 250 are killed each year in traffic crashes. On average, vehicles seriously injure or kill a New Yorker every 2 hours. Your choices matter. These are the stories of 5 families who lost loved ones in a traffic crash.
I was hitchhiking on the street in Cambridge in 1971. I was 21 and he was 22.
Mary Beth Kelly, partner of Carl Henry Knott.
Henry was a New York City kid. He grew up on Bay 10th Street in Bensonhurst. He put himself through college and medical school by driving a New York City yellow cab.
José fue mi primer hijo, era mi compañero.
Belkis and Josiel Rivera, mother and brother of Josbel Rivera.
Luego de la muerte de mi esposo, José ocupó el lugar de su padre. Puedo decir que era mi mejor amigo.
Back when we lived in the apartment, I have to carry her up and down the stairs because she can't. She didn't want to sleep. That's the way to go on exercise back then.
Amy, Chike, and Preston Liao, mother, father, and brother of Allison Liao.
She definitely made the life at home a little more interesting. Preston definitely a lot more quieter. He listened to rules more. Allison was a little more on the emotion side.
He was an artist. He loved to paint.
Lizzie and Mumika Rahman, mother and sister of Asif Rahman.
My house was always full of noise. Happy noises, laughter, and beatboxing, and him playing with his little brother, making fun of his sister.
She loved candy. I used to pick her up sometimes after school, and then I would take her to the store to buy her some candy, and I used to buy her a lot of candy. All those little things that you aren't supposed to eat, you take the rest of your teeth. And then when she finally got the job at Dylan's, it's kind of like, all right, that suits me very, very well.
Greg Thompson Jr., brother of Renee Thompson.
The best of what I say, she called it. And it was always playful when I said it,
That was sort of an ordinary day for our lives.
I was in my room working. Pretty ordinary day.
Allie was actually with grandma's house because she liked to stay there anyway. And for us, at least we had a little time for ourselves to, at least focus on a little task that we've been needing to do.
I was trying to make a gluten-free banana bread.
Yeah.
Henry called me before my last clients, and he said, "Hey, it's a gorgeous night. How about if you and I ride our bikes down the Greenway?"
We get a text message from my nephew. We just kind of thought it's one of those regular routines. We might have to go to the emergency room, but everything will be okay.
My father and my mother were rushing. They were getting dressed, rushing. They said, Renee's down at the precinct.
Somebody knocked on the door, and my little boy, nephew, opened the door, and he told me, "Mom, there are police."
I got woken up by my mother. She ran into my room. She opened the door. She was like, "Chanel, Josiel, get up. There's detectives here, and I think there's something wrong with your brother."
We did drive out to emergency room. I think I dropped you off first.
He dropped me off, and then I went in there, and there was Allie's shoes, and there was blood on it. I was just so dazed. There's a light for anyone on the bike path, and it was green, and so we continued to the intersection, and all of a sudden there were headlights bearing down on us, and I slammed on my brakes, and I thought I was going to go flying right over my bike into this tow truck that was just taking the turn without any regard for the fact that we were there, and we had blinking white lights on the front, and I stopped, and I looked, and I saw that Henry was probably not going to make it, and it hit him, and it threw him into another tow truck that was parked there, and I threw my bike to the ground. I ran over to him, and he was trying to get up and couldn't.
June 22nd, 2006, West Side Highway at 38th Street, Manhattan. Carl Henry Knott, age 56, was hit and killed by a tow truck making a turn while he was riding his bike on the greenway. Henry had the green light.
My mom kept screaming, she's no longer with us. She's no longer with us. And I remember feeling really, really overwhelmed. Like, there's no way this can be happening. There's no way.
July 31st, 2013, 3rd Avenue and 60th Street, Manhattan. Renee Thompson, age 16, was hit and killed by a turning truck as she was crossing the street in the crosswalk. She was coming home from her job at Dylan's Candy Bar.
Because one of the head doctors ended up coming over to us and had to explain that they've been working on Ali for at least a half an hour.
And they had to stop. And they were pumping her heart for half an hour, but it wouldn't start. And they gave her blood. But it wouldn't start. And I remember holding her arms and I said, take my blood. She said it wasn't worth it.
October 6, 2013, Main Street and Cherry Avenue, Queens. Allison Liao, age 3, was hit and killed by a car making a left turn while she was crossing the street in the crosswalk with the walk signal. She was holding her grandmother's hand.
Es como que si de repente se te va la vida. Es un dolor que no tiene explicación. Es dolor, es angustia, es rabia a la misma vez. Es ¿por qué? Porque a mi hijo, porque murió de esa manera.
December 26, 2011, Montchelou Parkway and Paul Avenue in the Bronx. Josbel Rivera, age 23, was killed in a hit and run as he crossed the street. Josbel was left lying in the street for 2 hours before a person spotted him and called 911.
I don't really know, maybe I'm a very hard person. I couldn't cry in front of the doctors. As soon as the doctors left the room, I was banging my head on the wall. I went to go see my brother. I touched his face, kissed him. But that's it. You know, someone's gone, they're just gone, just like that. There's nothing you can do.
February 28, 2008, Queens Boulevard and 55th Road, Queens. Asif Rahman, age 22, was struck and killed by a truck while he was riding his bicycle on the street.
Everybody goes on, you know, with their lives the next day, don't know about this, don't know what happens, and the city seems like the same place, but it's never the same to us.
The dashboard camera of an approaching car recorded Allison Liao and her grandmother as they were struck by the vehicle.
We know now that definitely the car made a left turn, ran her over with the left tire, left front tire, and also ran her over with the rear tire too. So she ran over twice that day. I think my mom was hysterical basically. She saw what exactly happened.
She's not the same person. We're not the same person.
Everything changed. Everything changed. Okay? I don't even know of anything that remained the same. Not about myself, not about my parents, not about Belinda. There is nothing that's the same.
looking. And we didn't assume that everything had to be done so damn fast.
I think what's so difficult about this is that it's preventable. This driver really made some bad decisions. Like, we know that there was alcohol in the system, however much that contributed to his being distracted when he was making the left turn. He's a driver that didn't make careful, conscious decisions.
You're in a car that weighs maybe a ton or two. You're protected. You're enclosed in steel and glass. A pedestrian is not. A bicyclist is not.
Vehicles are weapons. They can be just as destructive as a gun can be. If the driver that hit my sister was more considerate and he yielded, he just stopped, he paused for a second as he made the turn, then maybe my sister would be here today.
Was it really worth it to try to push through the red light? Is it worth it to get ahead of the car in front of you? Is it worth it to get around the cyclist, perhaps? That's sharing your lane. We're all in this together, and we all share these streets. And if we harm someone in our community, we harm the community.
Todo el mundo tiene familia, tienen hermanos, tienen primos, tienen tíos, tienen madre, tienen hijos. Piensen en su familia, piensen que ustedes no quieren ese dolor para su familia.
একটা প্রাণ যাওয়া মানে তার সাথে একটা পরিবার যাওয়া। আমার আসিফের সাথে আমাদের ফ্যামিলিটা শেষ হয়ে গেছে। সবাই চেষ্টা করবেন সাবধানে গাড়ি চালাতে।
Drive like your sister lives here.
Drive like your partner lives here. Drive like your brother lives here.
Manejen como si sus hijos viven aquí. গাড়ি চালানোর সময় মনে করবেন আপনার বাচ্চাই পথে।
Drive like your children live here.
Alright, so we watched all those videos.
Hi, is this the line for getting a taxi? Hello, yes it is. And I'm the dispatcher. I can help you get a taxi. What is your destination? I'm going to Crown Heights in Brooklyn. This passenger is going to Crown Heights in Brooklyn. No problem. Would you like me to put your luggage in the trunk? Yes, thank you. Be careful. My suitcase is so heavy. This is like, I've had it like you're like, how long does this trip take? I think this trip to Brooklyn will take us about half an hour. There's not much traffic this time of day.
How much does this trip cost? This is a yellow taxi, so the taxi meter will calculate the trip from here to Brooklyn. I'm going to start the taxi meter now, and it will stop once we get to your destination. Don't forget your seatbelt.
Is your name Jonah? Did you book a car from the smartphone app? I am Jonah, and I booked a car from a smartphone app. I'm heading downtown to Tribeca. Tribeca, no problem. Hey, look, I have some dog. Is that the service anyone got with you? Thanks. Yes, this is my service dog. His name is Riley. He helps me keep balance when I'm anxious and feeling dizzy. And he reminds me to take my medication. He can even bring it to me in an emergency. It's an amazing dog. Hey, Riley, come in. Let's go start with me and Jonah. Rebecca, here we are. Oh no, I don't have any cash. Can you take me to the bank? Don't worry, the payment is already done. The smartphone application. See? Oh, I see. The app charges the fare to my credit card. And I can leave you a tip on the app for all of your help. Wow, that's convenient. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, sir. Take care.
Oh, it's freezing. I don't want to walk to the subway in this cold. I should hail a taxi. Basic Green Brown taxi. Taxi! Thank you.
Morning, where to?
Good morning. Can you please take me to 234 East Street in the East Village?
Sure, I can be there. My GPS is showing from Queens the Midtown Tunnel is the fastest route, but you'll have to pay for a toll for the Midtown Tunnel. Is that okay?
That's okay. I'm fine with paying the toll. But can you please turn off the heat?
No problem. It's freezing. I can turn up or lower for you.
This is perfect. Thank you.
Here we are, 234 East 5th Street in East Village. That'll be 1750.
You were right. The Midtown Tunnel was faster. Keep the faith. You're a great help today.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a nice day.
You too.
Hi, are you from the neighborhood car service space?
Yes, I am from your local car service place. Did you call for the car?
I did. Thanks for coming. I'm going to Long Island City.
Could you repeat that, please?
I'm going to Long Island City, 33 Crescent Street. And I'm kind of in a hurry.
Okay, thank you. I will do my best to get you to Long Island City as soon as possible. Okay?
Is that it?
Hey, can you speed it up? I'm in a rush.
I'm sorry, but I have to obey the law, and I cannot drive faster than the speed limit.
But I'm really in a rush.
Speed limit is 25 miles per hour, 25 to stay alive. It is part of the city's plan called Vision Zero.
Vision Zero. What is that?
Vision Zero is a plan to end all traffic deaths in New York City. I can help us out get to that goal by obeying the speed limit.
25 to stay alive. I get it. So we can lower the number of people that die in car crash if we drive safely and follow traffic rules, like the speed limit. That is really important for pedestrians walking on the street and for cars in the road. In that case, we're no longer in a rush. Wow, we got here quickly, and we drove safely, and obeyed the speed limit. 25 to live. Thank you for telling me how important Vision Zero is.
You're welcome. We must all do our part to keep our streets safe. Take care.
Bye.
Hello. Did you request a taxi through accessible dispatch?
Yes, I did request an accessible taxi by calling 311.
Okay. My name is Darian. How about I help you get into the back of the vehicle, and then I can take your bag?
Thank you so much, Darian. I'm Ann. It's nice to meet you.
And as you can see, thank you for picking this up. You got here really fast. No problem. There wasn't a lot of traffic today, so it was really fast. How would you like me to get you and your wheelchair into the back of the vehicle?
How would I like you to get me and my wheelchair into the back of the vehicle? If you could just lower the ramp and maybe guide me up the ramp into the car, that would be perfect.
No problem. I will lower the ramp and guide you into the back of the car. How about I take your bag, and then you can sit in the front a seat with me where you'll be more comfortable?
Sure. I'll sit in front of you.
So where are you headed to today?
We're actually headed uptown into Harlem on the east side, 125th Street and 3rd Avenue. Could you take the FDR Drive?
Headed northeast on the FDR? You got it.
Thanks.
All right, those are the different scenarios TLC wants you to look at. Okay. All right, moving on. Lesson 6. Customer service best practices. As a driver, you're a professional and will encounter many customers from different walks of life on a daily basis. It is important to provide good customer service to passengers who trust in you to drive from point A to point B. We have the following recommendations for providing good customer service and acting with great professionalism while you do your job. So the first one is greetings, like what the guy was doing just now. Always give the customer a warm greeting. Be sure the customer can hear you and make eye contact. The second thing he did, ask the destination and repeat. Make sure you have the correct destination. Repeat it back to make sure you are 100% correct. Ask the preferred route. That's what he did. Make sure you take the route the customer is expecting. If the customer is late, they may want to discuss what you think is the best route. That's what he did. Practice the art of conversation. How are you doing? If you're lucky, you might meet someone new and interested. While we encourage you to speak to your customer, it is more important to concentrate on driving. Keep your eyes on the road. Be helpful and courteous. For example, for airport transfer, a courteous driver will offer to help the customer with their bags. And be sure to open and close their doors for them. All right, so those are the 3 areas. All right, these are lost property, how to deal with lost property if you find it in your vehicle. This is SHL, FHV's drivers must return to the passenger if possible. Otherwise, it must be taken without delay to a police precinct as directed by the NYPD. So the NYPD bring it to the precinct. Or if not, go to the vehicle base where you work for. A driver can demand payment for the return of the property. If the property is not returned to the passenger, the driver must promptly inform the commission of the details regarding the found property and the location where it's held. For airport trips, immediately after completing a trip, the driver must inspect the interior of the vehicle and the trunk compartment to ensure that passengers have collected their property. Okay, moving along. Diffusing difficult situation. Diffuse a difficult situation with a passenger. Stop the vehicle when and where you consider it to be safe. Remain in the driver's seat area if appropriate. Request the difficult passenger to exit from the TLC vehicle. Do not physically handle the passenger unless you are acting in self-defense. Call 911 on the base and wait for the police to arrive. So those are the procedures you're supposed to do if you encounter a passenger who's acting up. Refusing passengers. Service refusal is a serious offense. Drivers should know that they must accept passenger under mandatory transport, especially passenger with, number 1, mobility aids, 2, service animals, 3, attendants, 4, luggage, and 5, passenger using e-hail application or accessible dispatch. So you cannot refuse those categories. Okay, moving on. 6B, overview of sexual harassment. Do not ever make sexual jokes or innuendos in the presence of your customer. Consider what a difference in culture, religion, or background might make someone uncomfortable with your actions. Never discriminate against passenger based on gender, gender identity, and expression or sexual orientation. Transgender and gender conforming persons are protected under that law. Okay? Behaviors that are considered as sexual harassment may include number one, unwelcome spoken, written, or physical conduct of a sexual nature, making inappropriate jokes, comments, or actions, making an inappropriate comment about a passenger's physical appearance, asking inappropriate questions about their marital status or personal life, make sexual jokes or innuendos in the presence of your customer. A driver should also consider whether differences in culture, religion, or background might make someone uncomfortable with their actions. So be careful outside. Think before you talk, or people might find it offensive. All right. Skip this, and we go into page 28. Yeah. Circumstances for which it is appropriate to refuse a passenger. Oh, yeah. All TLC drivers are allowed to refuse passengers for illegal activities, like number one, smoking a cigarette inside of the vehicle. Drivers are advised to ask the passenger 2 times to stop before asking them to exit the vehicle. In these instances, be sure to drop off in a safe location if you have to let a passenger off. 6D, actions to take if a driver is assaulted. If you are assaulted, call 911 and file an incident report with the police. Next, contact TLC External Affairs, the EA, who can provide additional support for victims of assault. Okay? Those are the steps you're supposed to take. Moving on, lesson 7. Etiquette, disability etiquette and wave securement skills training. 1990, an act was passed in civil rights law prohibiting discrimination against people with disability in all areas of public life, including jobs, in school, transportation, all public-private places that are open to the general public. Just like no one can be discriminated on the basis of your race, your color, your skin, your religion, your sex, national origin, the same applies to people with disability. Although the ADA does not provide a specific list of disabilities, it does protect anyone with a disability of physical or mental impairment that limits their ability to perform one or more major life activities. There are estimated 916,000 people with disabilities living in New York City, representing 11% of the total population. Over 1 million use wheelchairs and approximately 7 to 9 million people with disabilities visit each year. People with disability and those with limited mobility have the same right to transportation as everyone else. In 2016, Mayor of Office for People with Disability created Accessible NYC to improve the quality of transportation for New Yorkers with disabilities. The purpose of this initiative is to empower the disability community by providing a greater number of wheelchair accessible transportation resources that will help them better access all that NYC has to offer. These transportation resources are, number one, we got the taxis to help them. FHBs for hired vehicles, help the disabled. Access a ride, I used to work for them before. We used to help them a lot. Subways, buses, iRides NYC, okay? 7B, person's first language. Imagine that you were talking to someone who had a prosthetic hand, but you couldn't really listen to what the person was saying because you were too focused on their hand. After some time, that person would feel uncomfortable and would probably not want to talk to you any longer. To avoid this type of situation, we want to focus on the person first, not the disability. The same idea applies in language. We know it as person first language. You would not want to say the blind person. Instead, one might say the person that is blind or can't see. Or to be less specific, the man in the blue shirt. Always focus your attention on the person instead of their disability. And at the bottom here, guys, is a table letting you know what you're supposed to say and what you're not supposed to say when you're dealing with a disabled person. Number one, handicap. You're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to say person with a disability. Crippled. Not supposed to say that. A man with crutches or cane or assist device. Confined. Not supposed to say that. The person in a power chair or a person who is paralyzed. Bound to a wheelchair. Not supposed to say that. Wheelchair user. Dumb or deaf. Not supposed to say that. Hard of hearing. Impaired. You're not supposed to say that. Person with X disability. Retarded. Do not call anybody retarded. It's intellectual disabled. Because those words are our personal words we use at home. So they don't want you to use that. People get offended. The table one gives, for example, appropriate language to use when referring to an individual who has disability or is a wheelchair user, and a language to avoid. Please keep in mind, if you have often used these words in your personal life, some people find them mildly or severely offensive. It is imperative that a professional driver and an AAD, TC, and TLC representative, you use appropriate language at all times. Just remember to treat everyone the same and do not single out people because of a physical or intellectual difference. Doing so can have a demeaning and demoralizing effect on the person. Right. Range of disability which drivers may encounter. So this is different encounter. Drivers will encounter passengers with a range of physical, developmental, or intellectual disability. In some cases, the disability may not even be apparent. Below we have list some of the types of disability that you might encounter as a wage driver. Mobility disability. This can affect an individual's ability to move around. For example, if they need to use a cane, crutches, or wheelchair, different types of wheelchair are discussed later in this document. In some cases, passengers can operate their own wheelchair, and in other cases, someone might need assist the individual by pushing the wheelchair. Here are some tips to help you work more effectively with people with these disabilities. Number one, ask if they need assistance with moving the wheelchair. Do not assume that they do. Locate the brakes on the wheelchair if you are not sure, then ask the passenger. When assisting with the wheelchair on or off the curb, make sure you lean the wheelchair towards you. Do not away from you. And remember to use your leg muscle, okay? Not your back. And then at the bottom is an example. If you need to practice, after the class, you can practice here. Vision, speech, and or hearing disabilities. In some instances, the passenger disability may be obvious to you. Sometimes the person with a disability will inform you of their condition, sometimes not. Here are some tips to help you work more effectively with people with these types of disabilities. One, when assisting a blind or visually impaired passenger, it is good practice to ask the passenger if they will be needing assistance, rather than assuming they do. Reaching the ground or holding their arm can startle the passenger, so it's best to extend your forearm like this or offer your shoulder for support if they feel necessary. If the passenger has trouble speaking slowly or stuttering, the experience can be more challenging and stressful for that individual. So have patience, guys. Remember to be patient by waiting, listening carefully, focusing your full attention on the passenger. If necessary, ask the passenger politely to repeat themselves. This may seem frustrating to the passenger, but it's better to be sure to make a mistake. For example, if the driver assumes they understood instead of conforming what the passenger said, they could end up taking the passenger in an incorrect address. Be face-to-face during challenges, conversations to help you better understand what they are saying. If the driver is not able to understand the passenger's speech, seeing their facial expression and hand movements will make it easier for the driver to understand. This is also important when communicating with individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing, since these people are often able to read lips. Moving along, intellectual developmental disability. These are chronic disability which can be physically, cognitive, or both and are related to thought process. Passenger with an intellectual or developmental disability whom you encounter may be in a power wheelchair, and they may be also be accompanied by an assistant who will aid you as you help your passenger into the vehicle. The assistant may also communicate with you on behalf of your passenger and may accompany the passenger on the trip in your vehicle. That's what I showed you in the video earlier on, just now. Example includes conditions such as cerebral palsy, epilepsy, Down syndrome, to name a few. Example includes conditions such as, sorry. These types of passengers are accompanied by aides and can assist you with the passenger. All right. At the bottom here is different types of disabled people that you will be encountering. Psychosocial, this related to their behavioral health conditions. Balance coordination, difficult standing and walking without assistance. Paralysis, partial loss of their sensation. Temperature sensitivity, just hot or cold climate in the vehicle. Somebody come in the vehicle and like, it's too hot in here. Can you adjust it? It's too cold in here. And it's feeling nice, but their disability causes them to, chemical sensitivity. Let's say you have a cologne, a perfume, they don't like that smell. Missing limbs, prosthetics, shortness of breath, fatigue or pain. As people get older, they are tired easily and feel pain in their joints, backs, legs, etc. Limited range of motion. In a trauma injury, an individual can suffer flexibility and movement. This can be permanent or temporary and usually treated by therapy. And on this side, we got invisible disability, a non-apparent disability that you may not be aware of through observation. For example, someone may physically appear fine but could go through the first stage of cancer or any underlying disease that at first may not be visible to your eyes. So those are the different disabled people. Any questions so far? Everybody understand the fish? Yes. All right. Moving on to service animals. Service animals may live in the home of the owner, handler, and are not able to consider or treated as pets. These animals are providing a service of providing assistance or accompanying any number of times, accompanying to a person with disability, These animals are not necessarily specific to just dogs, but rather could be any number of types of trained animals. Emotionally support animals, ESA, or therapy animals, are also considered assistant animals. As a TLC driver, we do not have the authority or right to ask for documentation to prove these animals qualify as assistant animals. Understand? You do not have the right. If you need any more information, the TLC rules and the breakdown is here. And it states that you can refuse to transport a passenger that is accompanied by an animal that is not properly secured or in a suitable container. However, this does not apply to service animals accompanying people with disability. Check the rules out. Rule 53. Service animals and companions say that an approved driver must accept and provide transportation in accessible taxicab for mobility impaired passenger service animals and for as many companions as can be legally seated in the vehicle. So if you refuse this, the fine is $350 first offense. The New York Civil Rights Law requires public facilities to allow access to assistant animals and defines a service animal in the same way. As a dog that is individually trained to perform tasks to do work for the benefit of a person with disability. As mentioned, there are three types of assistant animals. Number one, service animals. They are permitted to enter public spaces. This law states that the transportation service must provide all people with disabilities as well as their service animals. These important animals are trained to assist a single person and can tolerate a wide variety of environment people. Therapy animals are trained to tolerate a wide variety of environments and people and provide companionship and emotional support to many people. We got emotional support animals. Provide emotional support to a single person with a mental health issue. So those are the three service animals you will be encountering, okay? For hired vehicles and drivers. This will explain how they handle disabled people. For hired drivers, must serve everyone, including people with disability. Federal, state laws and local stipulate the requirement for hired drivers must provide service to people with disability. These include the ADA and the NYC Human Rights Law. American society values all individuals, and thus making the extra effort to help the underserved in our communities is the right thing to do. Every person has the right to pursue happiness and earn a living, and all too often, the lack of transportation can create an unsurmountable barrier. All FHB drivers and wage drivers in particular should be proud to be helping those who are in the greatest need of their service.
What is this, unsurmountable?
Oh, unsurmountable. Unsurmountable is like, it's really hard that no matter what you do, you can't get a situation done. So they use that word. It's like if you're disabled and before these taxis and these came about, they didn't have nowhere to transport, go nowhere. So that's why they provide that. It was so bad back in the day. All right. 7 TLC accessibility programs for passengers with disabilities. Accessible dispatch. Passengers with disabilities can be charged a fare which is higher simply because they have a disability. However, providing transportation service to an individual with disability can take significantly more time than a typical ride. The Accessible Dispatch Program is designed to help FHB drivers to more effectively serve this population by providing incentives for drivers to offset potential financial hardship caused by excess waiting, deadhead miles, cancellations, and no-shows. The New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission first launched accessible dispatching in September 2012 with the use of taxi, yellow vehicles, and street-hailed green vehicles. This accessibility program was originally available only in Manhattan, but is now available in all 5 boroughs now. The accessible dispatch software is used to connect passengers who have a disability or use a mobility device with taxi cab and SHL drivers with access to a wave. Passengers can request a ride directly from an app or by calling a live dispatcher. All licensed TLC drivers, whether they drive a wave or not, required to serve passengers regardless of their disabilities, okay? Regardless. And can be fined for refusing to do so, so be careful. However, please remember that even drivers who do not have a wave required to serve people with disability unless prevented by the physical limitation of your vehicle or yourself. For example, if your FH vehicle is a sedan and you are hailed to pick up a passenger in a wheelchair, do not assume that the passenger has chosen the wrong vehicle. You must, number one, introduce yourself. Number two, ask for his name to confirm the right person. Number three, then ask if the passenger needs assistance and is able to transfer from the wheelchair to the vehicle. A conversation between a driver and a non-payment passenger using a wheelchair may go something like this. And this is in 2 seconds. Watch how the conversation runs. Understand the conversation. Right.
Welcome to the Wheelchair Accessible Vehicle Driver Training Series. In this video, we will cover everything you need to know to prepare your vehicle, pick up and properly secure passengers, end the trip, and get paid. You will be providing an important service for New Yorkers and visitors with all types of disabilities. So there's a lot to know to make sure your passengers are safe, comfortable, and happy. Preparing for the trip. Before you pick up passengers, and before you start driving, you'll need to get your vehicle ready for the trip. This video will help you prepare. To get started, make sure to clean your vehicle of extra items so nothing is in the way when you pick up a passenger who uses a wheelchair. By doing this before you go out, you're saving time and money during your shift. Next, locate your seatbelt extenders and rear floor securements so you can get to them easily when helping a passenger. Inspect all of your equipment and make sure that all your belts are in good working order. If you think about it, you wouldn't take your own car out with a flat tire, so don't take your wheelchair accessible vehicle out without working equipment. After checking the belts, place them in a bag you can easily get to. Next, you need to test your front floor securements. But to reach the securements, you need to do a few things first. Use the ramp handle to pull the ramp out to gain access to the rear passenger area. Then, in the back seat, use the car ignition key to release the shoulder belts so they don't get caught when you fold the seats down. Push down the headrests and fold all the seats down. Pull up the lower seat straps and fold the seats forward. Now you're ready to test the front floor securements. Push the front retractor release button on the wall to release the securements. Then,
pull out and retract the securements to make sure that they work properly. Make sure to press the wall button when you finish. Next, test the rear floor securements. Slide them into place on the vehicle floor and make sure they can pull out and retract properly. If you are the owner of your vehicle, please note that it is your responsibility to make sure that all equipment is working before starting your shift. If you are not an owner and have any issues, tell your garage or the vehicle owner so that they can fix the equipment or give you another vehicle for your shift. If you feel like your garage or vehicle owner did not fix the problem, send an email to the TLC's Driver Protection Unit at driverprotection@tlc.nyc.gov. If everything works, then you're ready to get out on the road. Picking up a passenger who uses a wheelchair. When picking up a passenger who uses a wheelchair, you have a couple of options. You can take a request from your driver information monitor, or you can also take a street hail. In this video, we will cover what happens when you accept a request from your driver information monitor or a smartphone app. But remember, you're required to take street hail and accessible dispatch trips. Not accepting these trips is a service refusal, just like refusing to pick someone up based on where they live or how they look. When you get to your destination, press Arrive on your monitor. Exit the car and greet the passenger by name to make sure you have the right person. Stop. Now let's try that scenario again. But this time, let's say you arrive and don't see the passenger. Here's how you should proceed if your rider is a no-show. First, call your passenger's phone number using the number on your driver information monitor. If there's no response, call your support line using the Help Call phone number on your driver information monitor. Be sure to wait the required time shown on the screen. But if your passenger doesn't come, you may still get an extra payment for your time, depending on the type of trip. Onboarding, how to open your ramp. We covered what to do for a no-show passenger. So let's move on to what to do next after greeting and confirming it is your passenger. Next step, open the ramp. It only takes a short amount of time to complete with these simple steps. Step 1, use the car ignition key to release the shoulder belts. Step 2, hold the yellow handle on the trunk bumper to release the tailgate. Step 3, push down the headrests and fold all the seats down. Step 4, hold the lower seat straps and fold the seats forward. Step 5, use the ramp handhold to pull the ramp out. Make sure to lay it flat or stand on the ramp to flatten it. Now you're ready to help your passenger. How to onboard and secure a passenger who uses a wheelchair. Before helping your passenger into the vehicle, be sure to always ask them how they want to be helped. And only touch or push the wheelchair if the passenger requests that you do so. Now stop. When communicating with your passenger, it is very important to use respectful, person-first language that acknowledges the person first and their disability second. You can say, person who uses a wheelchair. Do not say, wheelchair passenger or wheelchair bound. Also, never say, handicapped or crippled. Always speak directly to the passenger and not to their companion or aide. Okay, now that you know the do's and don'ts of communicating with your passenger, let's move on to onboarding. Press the front retractor release button. Then, pull out the front floor securements. Remember that not all wheelchairs are the same. Always secure the hook to the frame and never to the footrest, armrest, or the wheels. It is okay to ask the passenger where to place the securements. Hook the front floor securements to a solid part on the frame of the wheelchair. This keeps the wheelchair and passenger safe and secure. Now that your securements are attached correctly, let's move on. If the passenger asks for help, roll the wheelchair up the ramp. Always stand behind the wheelchair. Once the passenger is safely inside the vehicle, ask the passenger to lock their brakes, if the wheelchair has brakes. Some wheelchairs do not have brakes, so make sure you are extra careful when attaching the securements. Press the front retractor release button. Next, hook the rear floor securements to the back frame of the wheelchair. The securements should make a 45-degree angle with the floor. To make sure the wheelchair is secure, ask the passenger to unlock the wheelchair brakes and ask if you can gently push and pull on the wheelchair to make sure the securements are tight. Then, ask the passenger to lock the brakes. Remember to tell the passenger what you are doing or let them test the securements themselves. Now that the wheelchair is secure, take the lap belt out of storage and attach it to the rear floor securements. Before attaching the shoulder belt to the lap belt, ask permission before you reach across the passenger. After you ask, connect the shoulder and lap belt. Remember to let the passenger buckle themselves and help if the passenger requests it. It's very important to tell the passenger what you are doing so they know what to expect. Finally, lift and fold the ramp to vertical position until the tailgate latches. Shake the gate slightly to make sure it's locked. Then close the doors. And now you're ready to go. Ask for the destination if you don't already have it, and start the trip. Remember, you should only start the meter once the passenger is safely secured in the vehicle. Now for some key tips. Always say what you're doing to the passenger before you do it. This is an easy way to give great customer service, and it makes a difference. Know your vehicle's equipment, and don't be afraid to ask about the passenger's mobility equipment. Remember, the passenger is the expert with their wheelchair, just as you are the expert with the equipment in the vehicle. Don't rush. Make sure you go through each step so that the passenger is safe and secure. During the trip, be sure to drive safely because the passenger will feel any sharp turns or bumps taken too quickly. Use all 4 floor securements and the lap belt and shoulder belts to make sure the passenger and wheelchair are safe and secure. Complete these steps for every passenger and wheelchair. Now, let's look at how to onboard a passenger who transfers into a vehicle seat. Some people who use wheelchairs may want to sit inside the vehicle, and it is their right to do so. Other passengers may use walkers. If you're picking up a passenger who uses a walker or who would like to transfer from their wheelchair into a vehicle seat, follow these steps. Start by asking if and how the passenger needs help. But be sure not to touch or take the walker or wheelchair without asking. Next, guide the passenger to the back seat and offer your arm to support them while they move to the seat. Remember, some passengers may need help getting into the vehicle, while others can do so on their own. Always ask the passenger how best to help them. Next, ask if the passenger needs you to help them with the seatbelt. Then, ask where they want you to put their wheelchair or walker. And be careful when storing it. Remember, when you're driving a non-wheelchair accessible vehicle, you can still pick up passengers who use wheelchairs. Many passengers can transfer from their wheelchair and into a vehicle seat, so don't refuse passengers using wheelchairs, even if you are driving a non-accessible vehicle. Dropping off a passenger who uses a wheelchair. When you get to your destination, stop your meter. Then, do all the steps you did before to secure the passenger, but in the reverse order. Remember, you should stop the meter when you get to the destination, even if you are not getting the payment until the passenger is safely out of the vehicle. First, hold the yellow handle on the rear bumper. Lower the bumper, then lower the ramp. Disconnect the shoulder and lap belts. And detach the lap belt from the rear floor securement. Ask the passenger to engage their brakes before removing the rear floor securements. If they need help with the brakes, be sure to help them. Next, unhook the rear floor securements and store them in the side compartments. Then, press the front retractor release button to release the front floor securements. Ask the passenger to release the brakes and help them if they need it. Then, carefully guide the passenger down the ramp. One more time, ask the passenger to engage the brakes before removing the front floor securements. If they need help with the brakes, be sure to help them. Ending the trip. Now you're ready to end your trip. After helping the passenger out of the vehicle, position them near the credit card machine. If there's bad weather outside, ask the passenger if they want to pay before leaving the car. Next, ask the passenger how they will pay. If they're paying with a credit card, ask if they need help with payment. It is your responsibility under TLC rules to help passengers pay. Next, ask the passenger if they would like a receipt. Then, ask the passenger if they would like additional assistance. Finally, lift the seats and headrests back to their upright position. Push the ramp back in. Lift the bumper back up. Put your securements and belts in a secure place. Press the front retractor release button so the light goes on. And close the back doors. Don't forget to reconnect the seatbelt in the back seat. Now you're ready to move on to your next trip. You now know how to properly pick up and drop off passengers with disabilities. This process will help you save time and money. As you become more comfortable with all the steps, it should take you only a few minutes to complete. Happy driving.
Hey guys, got good news?
Yes.
Quick question. For this? Everybody? Don't be shy. With the device, with this, everybody wants to operate this? Fine, because once you leave, it's 3 years you're coming back. It's good?
It's good, yeah. I mean, I don't like that. I mean, I don't have that. But I have to have the knowledge of using it.
No, you have to have it, just in case, you know? If you want the stuff, I can show you after, okay? All right. All right, so when I call your name, you're gonna come up and sign. Anwar? Yes. Got that? Sign it first. This is your name, right? Yes. All right. You good to go now. Thank you for choosing AA. All right. Now say. Next, Umar.
Yes.
Reyes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for choosing AA. Got it. Vasquez. Okay.
This one?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I'm not sure about that number.
Yeah.
You want this paper here, right?
The book, the paper you can keep. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for choosing AA. Zulfashan?
Yes.
And Zahid?
Zahid.
Zahid, sorry. Thank you, sir, for choosing AA. And you stand by. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Oh, they will get this by 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Wow, cool. My last next week.
Oh, no, you good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Very nice.
You too. Be sure to safe, all right?
Thank you.
All right. Drive safe out there, guys. All right. Wait, put down. I got this for you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Finished, right?
Yeah, you finished. Y'all guys finished. Make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You send the TLC, right?
Yes, yes, I got you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, sir. All right. Drive safe outside.
That's it?
Yeah, you good. Oh, look. You Omar.
Yes. I have it.
Hmm?
Like this?
No, come. I got some for you.
Oh, sure.
All right.
What is this? I need it?
No, you don't need that. If you need it, they would have given it to you. That's all the ladies give you. So your one will come in the email.
Oh,
Thank you. All right.
she come direct to TLC, right? The class. I wanna renew. I then I do my drug test.
Oh, you do drug test already?
Yeah.
So it's just the class you have to do now, that's it?
Yeah.
All right, so tomorrow you good.
All right.
When you get up in the morning, you go see you good. Your license gonna be good.
In America, right?
So I don't need to send any document to them.
No, we do it. Your job is to be in class. Okay. All right, cool.
You cannot receive the
They didn't give me the receipt, so y'all will come in the email. Yeah. These guys are taking it. Will you pay cash or credit?
I pay credit.
That's right. Email.
Email.
Yeah, email, not mail.
Email to us.
Okay. So right here, this is just a letter.
Okay. And you left it for.
This here is to pull it out and bring it in.
Okay.
No, push it out. Push it. No.
Oh, push it down. Okay. Okay.
Right? So this now gonna go here.
Right there, right?
But in order to do that, let's go here. In order to do that, you gotta do this good.
Okay.
Do the two fingers, right? And you drop it here, and just slide it.
Okay.
Each one.
Okay.
And when you want to take it out, just do it. Forward.
Okay.
Try to take it.
Okay,
Right.
Hello, this is the full text.
Right. And look,
And then,
and put it here. But put it on the inside.
Inside?
See. So look, we gotta pull it out. Pull it out and put it.
Nice.
You gotta find it in there.
Like that?
See. Effective. And drop it. Yeah. Drop it like. See.
Oh, very good. All right. Now I'm gonna take it out.
Yeah. Press that.
Right.
You're the man. You
All
understand.
right. And then go like that. All right.
You ready now?
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right.
All right.
So you good? You ready now?
I'm good. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Come in. All right, guys.
All right, good night.
Okay.